Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways. The strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
A big man, a big heart. Let's go. Jackson Crisp is a tech startup founder, business consultant, and captivating public speaker, reaching the professional level as a former NFL offensive tackle. Jackson always brings it. With a degree in engineering from the prestigious Colorado School of Mines and over 2 decades of project management experience, Jackson has honed his skills in training high-performing teams and leaders. The recipient of several patents and trademarks, Jackson is also a subject matter expert, regularly presenting on topics related to projects, processes, and systems. As a paid speaker, Jackson has a unique ability to connect with audiences of all backgrounds. His captivating storytelling and genuine approach inspire and educate, leaving audiences motivated and ready to act towards achieving their goals. Through customized strategy and implementation sessions, Jackson works closely with clients to meet their business objectives. His deep understanding of the human condition, combined with his passion for helping others, make him a highly sought-after coach and mentor. Jackson's impact extends beyond the business world. As Vice President for the NFL Alumni, Las Vegas chapter, and an advisor for Unsilenced Voices, he is dedicated to making a positive change in the world. With Jackson Crisp, unleash your potential.
And then the last thing is, you can have those first two things with the wrong intention and bring damage to the earth and the world and to each other, or some level of it, or you can be heart-centered, and that's the heart, and bring life and wellness to the world. And the world needs that today. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11 I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this, because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
A 10-year-old founder of a company. Meet Carter, ladies and gentlemen.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed caption. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me and my financial bust by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too, because genius is common.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Well, good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations. Welcome back to the Black Business Network. My name is Timmy Young. I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate business about business. Today, our first speaker is Aida Jackson. I present, let's see, Ms. Aida Jackson. Apologize. So Aida is a national and international speaker and workshop facilitator. As a seasoned professional, she works to cultivate diversity, equity, and inclusivity where art and technology meet. She is an instructor at Leonora Ryan University, teaching inclusivity, diversity, and equity for the web and other technological platforms, including metaverse. Aida is also a multimedia artist with a passion for empowering individuals from all walks of life through her art, writing, poetry, and creativity. As part of the Extreme team, she and her husband, William Jackson, seek to promote the importance of STEM and STEAM careers to youth teens, young adults, and their parents by providing educational workshops, both in person and virtually. I present to you Ms. Aida Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jimmy. I appreciate that.
Well,
how are you today? So welcome. I'm so honored to be here today. I thank the Black Business Network once again for allowing me to come onto the platform to speak to you today. Today we'll be speaking about marketing your online course. We'll be talking about starting an online course if you haven't already, but also once you do, how it is that you'll be able to go ahead and market that. So the first thing I wanted to start with is I speak to a lot of, especially women, who say they would love to have an online course. If you don't know what an online course is, it's just like taking a course in person, except that you're doing it virtually. So just like you're watching me on the computer, you would be watching a course online. So many schools have online courses, but many individuals have courses of their own where they've created them and people can watch them for free or they can purchase them. So like I said, I get a lot of women who say, I would love to do an online course, but I have no idea what I want to talk about. So we want to start there. So if you've heard me talk before, I definitely am one of those people who encourages anyone who's interested in starting a business at any age, whether it be someone young. If you heard my husband speaking earlier, we speak about the metaverse and AI. And with the advent of AI, it makes it even easier for you to gather your thoughts, to put things together. So if you're not exactly sure how you want to go about doing a course, that would be a great place to start. And there are so many people who are, whether they're young or old, who have great ideas. But in the words of, I believe it was the founder of Amazon, if I can remember, Jeff Bezos, who said, it's not the genius of the idea, it's the implementation of the idea. So a lot of us have great ideas. I hear people all the time who will share with me, oh, I have this idea, I have that idea, and that's wonderful, but we really want to go forth and implement them. So the first thing, like I said, I want to start with is the course itself. When I hear people say, I would love to do a course, but I have nowhere to start, the first thing I would say to you is, what are you good at? Tell me what it is that you think that you could talk about for 30 minutes. If someone came up to you and said, I want to know about, what is that thing that you could talk about to that person for 30 minutes without being prompted, without being asked, without having a bunch of other things around you to remind you? You just know this off of the top of your head because it's something that you do and something that you enjoy. And let me tell you, sometimes people will say, well, I'm not smart like that, or I'm not creative like that, or I can't do whatever XYZ is they think it's supposed to be. So the difference between doing an online course and say doing a course in a university is when you work for a university, they have very specific parameters. They have very specific goals that they want you to meet. There are standards that you have to meet in order for those students to be able to get the most out of that course. And not to say that you shouldn't have standards for your own personal course, but you're not required to have certain standards. You're not looking at a state standard or a federal standard. You're looking at your own standards. When you present a course, you want to make sure that you're presenting it at the highest level. You're presenting the best of yourself and the best information possible. So even if you know about a subject, I always recommend look deeper. Go deeper, go into the internet, go into books, read books, speak to other people in your field, in the field that you're thinking about. But the other beautiful thing about online courses is that it doesn't have to be about something quote unquote intellectual. When I say that, I mean, it doesn't have to be about English or social studies or some other subject. It doesn't have to be about computers, excuse me. It could be about cleaning your house. Believe it or not, there are people who are making a lot of money right now with their own online courses, teaching people how to organize their home. You know, this is something that when I'm speaking to people, when they say, well, I don't really know how to do anything, I'm like, you know how to do something, and there's something that you do really well. Like I said, maybe you're really good at cleaning and organizing your home. Maybe every time people come in, they make a comment about how beautifully decorated it is. Maybe you're really great about going to the Dollar Tree, say, or somewhere else and taking these budget items and making them look like $1,000,000. There are people who don't know how to do that. They don't know how to organize their home. They don't know how to decorate their home. They don't know how to make their home smell clean and fresh, but you do. And if you do, that's an online course. Maybe your expertise is in teaching children. Maybe your expertise is in watching children. You know, a lot of people have kids and they have no idea how to even discipline their children. They don't know how to raise them and be creative in different ways that they can do that. You know, there's people who are making money right now, creating a course online that they've already created it, where people will pay them to teach them how to raise their own kids. So I just want you to think outside the box. I don't want you thinking that there's only one way to do it and then there's only one thing that you can do. Maybe you have multiple talents. Maybe you can put them all together, or maybe you can create multiple courses. But before you do any of that, the first thing I want you to do is ask yourself why. Why do I want to create an online course? What is this going to do for me? Because the beginning is going to be a challenge. There are plenty of people who have courses out there that have made no money. There's many who have become multimillionaires. And the difference, I believe, is in perseverance, strategy. So once we start marketing this course, It is going to take a strategy, but it's also going to take time. So you need to ask yourself the reason why you're doing it, so that when you're hitting into these difficult times, you know there's a reason why I'm doing this, right? So you want to know, why am I even going through the energy and the effort to put a course together? Because you're going to start from the beginning. You're going to write down what it is that you know what how to do. And then the next thing you're going to do is ask yourself, who, right? So first is why. Why am I creating this course, right? No. So first is the what. What kind of course can I create? The why am I creating this course? And make your why compelling. I always tell people, if you're asking yourself, if you're saying, well, I want to make money, that is not enough. I'm telling you. Ask yourself why. Why do I want to make money? Well, I want to make money because I have bills I have to pay. Okay, well, you're going to pay your bills anyway. That's still not enough. Ask yourself why again. Well, I want to make money so that I can pay these bills because, I'm stressed out. Okay, there's a good why. I don't want to be stressed anymore. So I don't want to be stressed anymore. So what does that look like? What does stress, not being stressed out, look like? Why don't you want to be stressed? Because I want to be free to spend time with my children. That is a core why. That right there. I want to have freedom to spend time with my family so that I don't have to be stressed out about the bill. See how that why has gotten bigger and more compelling? Make sure that your why is big and it is compelling. So then we have the what, we have the why, now we have the who. So who is the person that you are trying to sell this course to? And not just one person. I would say look at 3 people. Make your ideal clients. Who are those 3 ideal clients? Is if your course is on selling how to clean your house and how to organize your house, maybe your first ideal client is that stressed out mom with 3 kids, and everywhere she looks is just clutter and mess, and she's frustrated, and she gets in the house and she's been working all day and she doesn't even know where to begin. It's just too overwhelming for her. Maybe that's one of those clients. Maybe it's the other person is not a person with lots of kids, but this person does work every day and they get home and their house is a little bit more cluttered than they would like it to be, but they have no idea how to start. Just think about who it is that your ideal client may be. You may never see them in person, but just imagine if you had a store and they walked into the store and they spoke to you over the counter and they said, I need your course because, and imagine yourself talking to them and imagine who would that ideal client would be. Obviously, it's someone who's willing to spend money on your course. Obviously, it's someone who sees the value in your course because you're not selling to everyone, right? And I say this all the time, and I'm not the only one. I didn't get this. This isn't my quote. I got this from going to many business seminars, and they say the same thing. If you're trying to speak to everyone, you're not speaking to anyone. Don't worry about the money. Don't worry about who's coming. Worry about who it is that you're serving because someone out there really, really needs what you have to offer. Someone out there is looking for what it is that you are offering them. And that's the person that you want to serve. You want someone who's like, here's my money. Here, take it. And not because you want the money, but because you want the joy of knowing that what you have to offer is considered valuable enough that they're willing to go into their pocket and give you money and then tell others about you and say, listen, I took such and such a course and they helped turn my life around. That is the joy. It's not the money, I promise you. It's the joy of knowing that whatever it is that you offered has just changed someone's life. So I want you to really think about who are those people and make it 3 key people. Trust me, other people will come. Other people will see and say, you know what, I think I need that. But those 3 people, those 3 key people that if they came into your store right now, they would be like, oh, wow, I can't wait to try this out. Those are the people that I want you to write that down. Write down who they are. Because when you're putting this course together, the first thing you're going to do is start reaching out to those kinds of people, right? So you might do it through social media. And I would suggest starting with a mini course. Don't think about a whole 4 hours, 5 hours. Just think about maybe a half-hour webinar. Start there because once you get those people into the room and they start seeing what you have to offer, they're also going to tell you, hey, do you know how to do this too? You know what? This is a struggle for me. Can you add this to that course? So I suggest to you the first thing in marketing a course, give it away for free. And I know that sounds so counterintuitive. So many people are saying, listen, I don't have the kind of time to be doing all of this and then giving my stuff away for free. Well, the first thing you want to do is you're going to want to have some authority, right? So if people don't know who you are and they don't really know you, why would they pay you? Right? So I'm not saying don't put it out there for money, but start with a small group of people. You can offer it as a beta course. You can put a course out there, say a half hour, 1 hour, the 10 top things I do to organize my home, the 10 top things I do to organize the business structure of my business, the 10 top things I do to keep my finances in order. Whatever it may be, whatever your course is, keep it simple, a half hour. You're going to offer it to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people in a webinar for free. And you're going to just ask for feedback. That's the exchange, because it's okay. Money is an exchange. So you can say, I'm going to offer this to you for free in exchange for your feedback. I'd like to know what you thought of the course. At the end, there'll be a survey, or maybe there'll be a Q&A. I don't like surveys because I don't like writing surveys. So what I do is I ask people, what did you think? What resonated with you? What interested you? What didn't you like? What did I miss? So don't be afraid to ask the important questions. What did I miss? What didn't you like? What could have been better? Was there something that I confused you? Was there a place where you felt I could have been clearer? Those are the kinds of questions that you want to ask. You want to go deeper. You want to make sure that you're going to, when you put that course out and you ask for money, you're going to know that you have done your research, that you have gone and spoken to those people, that you have gotten the feedback that you need, and that you revamped it in such a way that when you're putting it forth, you're putting out the best product that you can possibly put because you put in the time. I don't want you rushing into putting out a course. I don't want you rushing into putting it out there. Now, I also don't want you sitting on it, right? So I don't want you to go, well, Aida said don't rush to do this, and then you don't do anything. No, don't do that. There are plenty of people that are out there that offer ways to do a course. There are instructional videos out there. As I mentioned, you can use AI as one of your helpers, but there are also people that you can pay. Now, I'm a very firm believer in paying people for what they share, because the same way you want to start a business and you want people to pay you, remember I said money is an exchange, be willing to pay people for their expertise. So if you're not exactly sure, listen, you might be great at cleaning the house, but you don't know how to start a course, find people online. I have resources if you'd like. I'd be more than happy to share some of the people that I have watched, that I have spoken, that I have sewed into so that they can sew into my life. So definitely you can reach out to me, or you can just look online, go onto a search engine and just start looking, creating an online course, and you will get a ton, trust me, a ton of different people. When you're on social media, if you start looking it up, there will be social media in your social media feed, people that will come up that will say, teaching a course. Now, I'm not saying spend all your money. I'm saying stay within your budget. So make sure that you have a budget, but definitely look into how you can maximize learning how to do that course and not sitting on this course and then never doing it. I don't want fear to stop you from moving forward and pushing yourself to doing the course. So we talked about your talents, we talked about who, we talked about your why. And now, so what do I do now? So I've done everything that you said, Aida. I have figured out what it is that I have, what talents I have. I know who it is that I want to market to. I know my why, so that when things get tough, I know to push forward, because the reason I'm doing this is I want that freedom. For me, mine is freedom. Freedom, it becomes first. It's not even the money, it's the freedom first, right? So whatever it is that pushes you forward. And for me, it's not just freedom, because if you were listening to my husband earlier, we do a lot of teaching. We travel, we do. So I want to be free to travel. I want to be free to teach when and wherever I'm needed. So maybe today I might be needed down the street, but tomorrow I might be needed in another country. And that's important to me. So that's my biggest why, right? So what is your biggest why, right? So never always keep that in mind. So we've already established all of that. So now how do I market this, right? So maybe you already have a course and you're ready to go forward to marketing, right? I would say that if you don't have a website, definitely make sure you have one. In this day and age, many people say websites are obsolete. I don't agree. At the very least, you need a landing page. At the very least, you need one place that you can send people where they can know about you. Remember, we talked about authority, having some type of established authority. There used to be in marketing, you'd walk around with a brochure and people would look at your brochure and see. That's pretty much obsolete. Although there are some spaces where that's important and maybe needed, what people do want to know is they want to know about you. And the way you show I have a business most of the time is they want to know your website. It doesn't matter. That's the first thing wherever I go, people say, what is your website? So if you don't have one, make sure you have one. WordPress is definitely a very good place to start. You can get a free one at WordPress.com. However, it will not have your specific name. So if you want a domain name, meaning that your name, my domain, say, is lovebuildlife.com. If you want your domain to be your name, whatever the name of your company is, .com, you're going to have to pay, which means you're going to have to find a host and have them and pay them. Maybe it'll be a yearly fee, it might be a monthly fee, but you are gonna have to pay them. And it's important that you do that because, like I said, when you're out there and you're on social media or you're somewhere and people want to know, well, where can I purchase this? You have to have a place for them to purchase it. And the best place for them to purchase it is online from you, from your website. So make sure that when they go onto your website, it's beautifully built, that it is very clear. You want to make sure that you have a clear call to action. So this is who I am. This is what I offer. This is the course. This is the button you hit to buy right now. You may want to have a funnel. Now, what a funnel basically is I don't know if you've ever been online where you go online and you click something and you say, oh, they say, listen, take this and it's free. And you click it and it's like, yes, you can sign up and you have to get put your email in there. And then we'll send you this ebook for free, or we'll send you this list of 10 things, or whatever it may be. They send it to you for free. And then from there, they'll say, oh, by the way, if you're interested, I also have a course, and this is the course, and then you can pay for that. So it's just like when you go to the take McDonald's, say, and you want to buy, they offered you a free hamburger, and you went to get the hamburger, and the girl is going to say, hey, would you like to, have fries or a drink with that? She's going to try to upsell you, is what it's called. So a funnel pretty much does the same thing. Again, there are people online who teach you how to do a funnel. You can certainly look that up. You can do what I call YouTube University. YouTube has a plethora of videos that show you how to do different things. Do your research. And if you can, pay someone to help you to do that, right? So make sure you have your website. You might want to consider a funnel and definitely maybe a freebie. So again, it sounds counterintuitive to offer people something for free when you're trying to get them to pay you. But it's a value proposition, right? So you are trying to build authority, but you're also trying to show them, listen, I value you. And even if you don't purchase my course, maybe if you're smart, your course will, it's just as hard to sell a $10 course as it is to sell a $1,000 course. You're still going to have to do the same kind of marketing. So maybe your course is out of their budget, but you can still offer them something. You can still say, I'm not going to lower the price of my course right now, but I can give you this free list. At least the list will help you. Or this free list of resources. Maybe you have a list of resources. It shows them that you value them enough to give them something. So if I'm going to go out of my way to go to your website to find out more about you, to learn more about your course, it's nice that I go and at least you offered me something in return. It also keeps you on the forefront of my mind. So for example, if you offer a free printout, maybe the printout is the top 10 ways to save money. Maybe you're really good at saving money and your whole course is on budgeting. So you give them a list of the top 10 ways to save money. And at the bottom of your list is your website, and it reminds them of who you are. They get your free top 10 list. They print it out. They take a look at it. They keep it in with their papers. They use it as a resource. But what are they also looking at? They're looking at your website every single time. And when they start to save that money that you showed them how to save with that free top 10 list, maybe now they have enough money to purchase your course. Or maybe they say, you know what? This person has a lot of good stuff to say. I think I'm going to save money and I'm going to purchase that course. I've actually done that. One of my coaching mentors, when I first met her, I did not have the money to purchase any of her stuff, but she offered a lot for free. She had a website that I went to that had lots of great information. She had a great email list, which I joined, and she sent out emails all the time. She gives out free classes and courses all the time. But then when I started making money, the very first thing I did was start purchasing her courses and start purchasing her subscribe to her site. So this is what I'm saying, that you don't have to immediately make someone pay. You can give stuff for free because the people who value you are going to keep coming back, and just as soon as they can, they're going to start to pay you. So now that you've already had your website together, let's talk about social media. Social media is a great way to continue marketing your course. And again, a great way to offer yourself, because the most important thing is, remember those 3 people we talked about? When you're on your social media, when you're doing your website, I want you to always keep those 3 people in mind. I want you to think about, I'm talking to such and such. If you need to name them, Mama Joe, she is the one who's with the 3 kids who they're tearing up the house, and she just wants to keep it organized, and she just wants them to get themselves in order, and you have what she needs. So imagine you're talking to her when you're talking online. When I'm talking online, I'm imagining I'm talking to people who want to start their life over, or they want to do something new. So I'm helping them build a life they love. That's what Love Built Life is all about. I'm sharing God's love, and in it, I'm sharing them the hope and the joy of building a life that brings them joy. So that's who I'm talking to when I'm talking to online, whether I'm talking here or I'm talking on social media. I want to inspire you to build a life you love. So you want to do the same when you get online. You want to say, I'm talking to such and such. This is what they're thinking of. This is what they need from me. So when you put social media posts out, make sure that it's in an alignment with, not with you, but in alignment with those who you're trying to serve. When they look at your stuff, are they saying, man, I need that. Wow, that's great advice. Oh, look at what she's doing, or look at what he's doing. That's great. I want to do that too. So that when you put your course out there, they can say, oh, look, they offer a course. You can always have it in your bio. Social media like Instagram, Threads is the new one. Twitter, which is now X, which they just changed to X. Twitter, what is it? TikTok. That's a great one too. And I love those because TikTok is you moving. You're actually having like these mini videos, and you're more dynamic, because what you want to do is engage. You want to engage, engage, engage. If they send you a comment, make sure you comment back. Don't ignore them. If they send you a DM them back. And if it's inappropriate, let them know, I'm sorry, this is what I'm here for. Okay. So I know for women, we get that a lot. Just let them know, I'm not here for that. I'm here for this. If you're interested in the course, this is what it is. If you're interested in my content, continue to watch, but you can shut that down. You just make sure that you stay on course. Don't worry about the naysayers. Don't worry about what they call trolls. Trolls are people who go out of their way to try to make your life miserable, to try to say negative things. Ignore that. Don't engage. Don't even engage with them. And trust me, when you grow in your authority, when you grow in what you're doing, when people see that you're giving value and that you're putting yourself out there, first of all, they're going to defend you. So you don't even have to worry about trolls. They're going to engage with you. Their engagement means that other people will get engaged with you. Remember, every follower has followers. Every person has friends. So it doesn't matter. Just engage with them, and then them engaging with you. Someone will say, oh, I saw that you were following such and such. What do they do? Oh, that's what they do. I think I need that too. You never know, right? So you have all your little ducks in a row. Make sure you're using your social media for your benefit, but don't use all of them, because you may not be able to keep up with all of them. Start with one at a time. What is it that you do, and who is it that you're trying to market to, or because I say you're trying to attract them. We don't chase anyone down. We're trying to attract them. So who is it that you're trying to attract to your course? Where would they be? Are they the Instagram type, or are they more the TikTok type? Are they older? Because a lot of older people go more toward Facebook. Are they not interested in showing their faces or interested in seeing your face? They just want to hear the little blurbs. That's great for Threads and great for Twitter. There are more social media platforms than just the ones I mentioned. So you think about who it is that you're trying to reach and where would you find them? And those are the ones that I want you to focus on. I don't want you to try to do all of them all at once. Try to do the ones that where are the people that you are trying to serve, where they would be. And then think about other people that are on those platforms. How about collaborating with them, right? So you might be, maybe you're, like I said, you might be a coach, right? Or you may be an organizer. You might be the one who's helping people clean the house, but you might meet up with a coach who helps women who are trying to organize their lives, right? And that works really good hand in hand. So reach out to them and say, hey, you know what? I know that you offer this. This is what I offer. Would you mind if we did a collaboration together? Maybe we can offer two mini courses that we can put together. Or maybe you can do a live and I can be on your live, or I'll do a live and you can come on my live, and please feel free. Trust me, even if you do the same exact thing, I know that a lot of people don't like to share their information. They're like, oh, no, that's my proprietary information. That's my intellectual property, whatever it may be. I don't like to share because what if they use what I do? If you know anything about me, and if you heard me speak before, you know that I'll say it doesn't matter, because what you have to offer is what you have to offer. And you can have 10 coaches offering the same exact thing, but none of them are going to offer it the same exact way. And I'm going to tell you, this is something that came to me a very long time ago when I used to feel that way because I was afraid. And you don't want to start business in fear, right? So you want to start business with love, with openness, knowing that, you know what, there's more than enough money to go around. There's more than enough people to go around. But when you start with fear and you start with a scarcity mentality, the first thing you're going to say is, I don't want to share because someone else might use what I have. Unless it's spectacularly new and there's nothing new under the sun, unless it's so spectacular and so proprietary that, okay, I can see that. Otherwise, don't be afraid to share, because you cannot service everyone. And this is something I learned a long time ago. I was in prayer and I really heard in my spirit, if I gave you the entire city, could you service everyone? And then I realized, you know what? No, I couldn't service everyone. So why not share? Who cares? I can't serve everyone. You know what? You'll serve people I can serve. You won't serve people that I will serve. There's some people who want to hear from me specifically, who want to speak to someone who talks like me, who looks like me. Some people may not be interested. Those aren't my people. They may be your people. And that's what I want you to remember. It doesn't matter. When you go out there, you be your best you. And the people who you are meant to serve and the people that are meant to purchase your course, they're going to know that they're meant to buy that course from you, and they'll do that. So the most important thing that I want you to remember is do it, right? So we talked earlier about don't sit on it. I want you to go for it and do it. You already know about who you're going to serve, why you're going to serve, what it is that you're going to do. You're going to organize all of your course in such a way that you can offer a mini course, you can offer a freebie, which is maybe just a sheet of paper. It might be a book. That's a great way to market yourself as well. Maybe do an ebook about your course, right? So try that. And then when you do that, that's actually going to give you some authority too, right? So you can offer a free ebook. It might just be just a written portion of your course. Think about this. I love to read, but I don't necessarily want to read what I want to learn about. When I want to learn, I want to see someone teaching me. I want to do some hands-on stuff. So don't be afraid to put it down on paper. And then don't be afraid if someone's like, oh, well, what if they take it and they want to do their own course? They're still not going to do it like you. They're still not going to have your energy. They're still not going to put it together like you. But that book will have your name on it, and that will give you the authority. So you can even have that book. You can publish your book for free on Kindle Publishing. So it's not going to cost you anything but your time. So don't be afraid to just give that a try. And don't be afraid, like I said, to just go for it. Just put yourself together, put it out there, and give it a try.
Ms. Aya Jackson, thank you so much. We appreciate you. We appreciate your expertise, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. So I just want to let everyone know, if you're interested in reaching out to me, you can find me on lovebuiltlife.com or anywhere on social media. Just put at lovebuiltlife. That's LOVEBUILTLIF, like Frank E. And you can find me on social media.
All right, great. Thank you. Genius is coming. And I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'd like to take the opportunity at this time to thank the businesses that support the Black Expo's mission to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. Now, this Expo fundraiser is for students, okay? And sorry, this fundraiser is for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That is $BBXUSA. Again, that's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. You can go there to make your donation, and you can do it by Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 up to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Now, every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. At this time, we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2023. That's NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melanie Shanae Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artist App Design, Black Enterprise Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my multivitamin for kids to help combat weak immunity. During the pandemic, research has shown that having a strong immune system is key to fighting off disease. My vitamins are for kids, but adults can benefit from them as well. I'm adding a proprietary blend to my supplement line. I want to create my own blend so that I have a competitive edge in the marketplace. Staying healthy is important to me so that we live longer and have healthier lives. My website is klockproducts.com. That is K-L-O-C-K. Genius is common.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you've come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professional can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start bossing today.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration.
Well, good evening. Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Timmy Young. I'm your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower and educate business about business. Our next speaker, Mike Matthews. Coach Bart Matthews, USA, is an international speaker, award-winning author, and manuscript development specialist. He empowers his clients to tell their stories and get their books out of their heads so they can be published and read. I present to you Mike Matthews.
Hello, Tim.
Hey, good evening. Hey, looking forward to you. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. First, I would like to thank the Black Business Network and Tim and all of the host of other speakers for allowing me the opportunity to share this wonderful global platform with each and every one of you, because together everyone achieves more. And this is one of those type of platforms where if you listen, learn, and apply to the help, training, and assistance from speaker after speaker after speaker, you will undoubtedly fulfill your dream. So who am I? I am Coach Michael Bart Matthews, like Tim said, and my team and I, we will empower you to tell your story and get your book out of your head so it can be published and read. I've worked with over 150 writers from 10 different countries. 55 have become published authors, and 15 have become best-selling authors. But it wasn't always like that. So do you mind if I share a quick story with you before I go into the 9 key points that I really want to talk about? Because when we become a published author, there's all types of books that we can write about. I'll just name a few: biographies, business books, entertainment books, how-to books, inspirational books, motivational books, personal development books, history books, and storytelling. And everybody has a story to tell. Each and every speaker who's on this platform has a story to tell. Now, some stories are more than others, but nonetheless, everyone has a story to tell, and the world needs to hear your story. You don't know who in what country and what time zone on one continent is going to be listening to your story and say, wow, that really resonates with me. And that's what storytelling is. And like the speaker before me about online programs and books and storytelling, those kind of like go together. So that's what I'm here to talk about, how to get your book out of your head so it could be published and read. But here's a quick story. I am from the south side of Chicago. I'm the third of three children, and we did not come from generational wealth. As a matter of fact, I grew up playing basketball in an alley with a bicycle rim attached to a light pole because we didn't have enough money to go buy a real basketball so we can play. And every time we bounced the ball, sometimes some glass would get stuck in the ball, and then the glass would get stuck in our hands. And then we would take a timeout, pull out the glass, wrap up our hands, and keep on playing. And I'm telling you this story because think back to you when you had a dream. At that time, my dream was not to become a published author. It was to become a professional basketball player. But at that time, I didn't know how to play basketball because I had nobody to teach me because of the neighborhood that I grew up in. So we just played for the love of the game, not to be on TV or anything like that. I just knew that was a ticket out from where my neighborhood and community was. So that was a dream I embedded in myself a little bit earlier. One of my friends said, Mike, you need to stop riding them bikes and come over and learn how to play organized basketball. I went and did that. After that, I went to high school, but I was the tallest guy in my high school. Now, here's the kicker. You can live your life on the fumes and exhaust of somebody else's dream until you get your own dream. And that's just what happened to me. I spoke earlier about wanting to play professional basketball, but I didn't know how to play. I get to high school, I'm the tallest guy on the team. And an all-star guard came up to me and said, Michael, you're going to be the starting center on our state championship team. I said, yes, but I don't know how to play. So that whole year I sat behind the coaches and watched what the center position did. Fast forward to keep the story short. My senior year, we won the state championship, city championship of Chicago, and the state championship in Illinois. Went on to play college basketball and played overseas in Europe. Now, what happened there was I didn't lose my money, but I spent it. So that didn't make it right. So in the course of that, I started working a job. And during the 2008 market crash, I moved all of my money without knowing because I married my wife too, by the way. I always want to pay homage to all the empowering women who have spoken here today and will speak after me, and as well as my wife when she's not around. But she's a retired vice president of a Fortune 500 financial services firm. And reading her briefs and papers, the ones that she could allow me to read because everything else was confidential, we started putting that into practice in our personal business. And from that, up came our first book titled Financially Speaking. The best improvement starts with self-improvement. Create your own economic stimulus plan. Behind me, you see another book titled Financially Speaking. That's the second edition that took me 10 years later to write. And then there's a compilation book with people from 7 to 8 different countries in it titled Finding Your Moment of Clarity, Discover Your Power Within. And here's another one, which is our business book, which is Harness the Power of Purpose. It's time for you to get your business straight with 10 different business owners from 10 different states. Now, how did all of that come about? We all have a coach, and I have a coach. So my coach walked up to me one day and said, Michael, you and your wife do 99% of your business together, which is okay. It's good for the marriage. But he said, you have an individual talent, and she has an individual talent. Find one and then start another business. Then he walked away. So my mind being open like a parachute, like we all hear the cliches, I decided to sit down and meditate and think, what is it that I'm doing for free that if I just put a price tag on it, I would have a business? So that's a hint, hint, wink, wink pro tip for you business owners who write in a book. What is it that your product or service that you already have that you're selling, that you don't have a book, but you can write about it and put it in a book form and sell it and use that book as a business card? So I decided I was already helping people to write books for free. So I continued to do the same thing. And then in 2016, we launched our book at McCormick Place with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He launched this book there, and somebody asked a magic question. Now, this is part of the story why I want to incorporate the story and how to use your book as a business card, because had the things that I'm about to say now, they would most likely would not have happened had I not been a published author. Even though I was an athlete, even though I played with some of the best college and professional players in my era. I'll just say a couple of names. Ricky Green was my high school teammate, 1985, Western Conference All-Star, 15-year veteran. Maurice Cheeks, Sonny Parker, Tony Parker Sr., Maurice Boellis, first-round draft choices, just to name a few people, just to see the type of talent pool that we had back when we were in high school that carried over to our professional life now. So fast forward, once that book was written, I got off stage. I didn't have any speaker training at the time. And somebody asked the magic question. They said, I saw that you were a speaker. They said, do you have a book? I said, yes. They said, can you speak? I said, yes. I had no speaker training, but I said, yes, I can speak. Yes, I can speak. And they said, look, I would like to pay you to come to my speaking engagement. You can sell all of your books and you can keep them. I said, bingo, how to use your book as a business card was created in my mind. I'm sure other authors before me during my time and even after my time have used the same strategy as to how to use your book as a business card, but it was new to me and it may be new to some of the audience listening here today. So when that happened, I came, I got paid, sold all of the books and was able to keep all of the money. So my wife said, we need to become better speakers. Now, as I'm telling this story, think about your story and your journey along your path to becoming a Black business owner and building your business with or without an online course, with or without a book. But then you can compare and contrast how easier it is with the online course or with a book to build your business, because what does a book do? It gives you more authority. It gives you more impact. It gives you more credibility. It gives you more influence. It makes you seen as an ambassador and the authority because of the things that you wrote on. You are now a subject matter expert. So, and there it is. So after that, on the trail of writing the book, we went to an event and it was 500 people there. And for some reason, the speaker just came up to me in the middle of 500 people and asked me, why was I here? I said, I want to become a better speaker. And he said, your dream is too low. You need to become an international speaker. Again, I never heard of that. Had I not been a published author, I wouldn't have wanted to have been a speaker, and I wouldn't have went to that event, and I wouldn't have got off to become an international speaker. So what happened? Mike Dicker, the 1985 Chicago Bears coach, happened to be there. My wife and I's first book was Financially Speaking, so we asked Mike Dicker a financial education question. The question was, Mike Dicker, what would you tell your rookies and all of the new and old NFL players? What type of financial advice would you give them on how best to save their money so when they retire, they won't be broke and have to just live off of just a monthly pension through investments and other things? So Mike Dicker answered the question, and we got such a standing ovation. Another thing happened just because we was a published author. So remember, everything I'm saying, just think of you, if you are a published author, how you can get more opportunities and use your book as a business card, or you can create them yourself. Remember, he told me your dream is too low and it's time you should be thinking about becoming a international speaker. Well, this gentleman said, well, Mike and Robbie, if you meet me in Johannesburg, South Africa, in February, because this was in October of 2016, meet me in Johannesburg, South Africa in February. I'll give you the opportunity to become an international speaker. You can speak on stage with Randy Zuckerberg, Mark Zuckerberg's sister, Ndaba Mandela, Nelson Mandela's grandson, and a host of others. My wife and I, sight unseen, we jumped out of the airplane without a parachute, and we built it on the way to Johannesburg, South Africa. The cool thing is when we got on stage, never speaking in front of a crowd that big, you can feel the heat from 3,000 people coming out of the audience, pushing up on the stage. You can see them stand in joy and clapping because you are the guest speaker from the United States and you're a published author with a subject matter expert that you're going to give the beautiful people of the country of South Africa some information. Now, none of that would have happened had we not become published authors. You're going to hear me repeat this over and over and over and over because I want to emphasize the value of becoming a published author, not necessarily emphasize me because it's not about me, but it's my story. But it's about what can happen to you because if it happened to me, it can happen to you in the journey that you are meant to take here on this earth and here in this life. I do admit our journeys will be different. Some will be similar and some will be the same. But nevertheless, something magical happens after you become a published author and you see your name in print or your face on the front of the book or your name on the back of the book, and you are now a published author. Fast forward with the story, the next high-level opportunity came. My wife and I spoke at another international speaking event, and we both spoke on the same stage, but I had the opportunity to interview Al Pacino, the Godfather. Yes, the Godfather himself. I had a chance to interview him. But the cool thing was after the interview, he saw me with my book and he said, "That's your book, the Financially Speaking book that you're seeing over my shoulder." He said, "Grab your book." He said, "Let's take a picture with you and me holding the book." Now, what kind of marketing and branding, personal brand and business brand, with a picture with you in it with somebody like Al Pacino? Wow, that was a great event. Again, the caveat is it never would have happened had we not been published authors. So I continue to talk about the story and the journey, the added value in what I'm delivering. Again, it's not about me and it's really not about my story. It's about the business opportunities that becoming a published author can present and open up the vortex of opportunity when you listen, learn, and apply to the help, training, and assistance that by becoming a published author, by helping and serving, it's just something that magically happens. And once that train starts rolling, and that's what you want, you really can't do anything about it. A lot of people say, "Well, Mike, I don't have time to write a book. I'm so busy." Well, my wife and I, we have about 6 or 7 different companies. And Dr. Benjamin May said this about time: "I have only just a minute, only 60 seconds in it. Forced upon me, can't refuse it. Didn't seek it, didn't choose it. But it's up to me to use it. I'm a suffer if I lose it. Give account if I abuse it. Just a tiny little minute, but eternity is in it." Dr. Benjamin Mays. Now, there's 24 hours in a day, 7 days a week. It determines on what we do with our time each second, each minute of that day that can determine the difference between success and failure. Fast forward on with the story. After that started happening, impact, authority, influence, credibility, word of mouth, social media, newspapers, magazine articles, television shows. My wife's current television show is titled Living Wealthy with Robbie on jd3tv.com. And we talk about financial literacy educational principles, which is a cornerstone of our company, because our first book is the reason why we're in business today, because of the stock market crashed in 2008. And I wrote about how we didn't lose any money. Here's some financial tips, how we didn't lose any money. And I put it in the book, meaning we was getting double-digit interest rates in 2008. A premonition said, "Mike, move your money from the stock market to stable income," which is a 7% loss, but it was a guaranteed 3%. 30 days later, the whole market crashed. And while I was employed at the Chicago Transit Authority, our 401ks and 457 retirement plans, my co-workers were losing 50,000, 100,000, and even more. And I told them I didn't lose a thing. As a matter of fact, I got 3% that next week. And they said they didn't believe me. So I showed them my statements. So that's how the birth of my writing actually started as an adult. They said, "You need to write a book about it, because if it worked for you, it'll work for thousands of other people." So as I have told you some of my story, just think about your story and your journey that you have yet to tell because you may not think it's important enough, or you may even be ashamed of your story. But I can guarantee you, people will listen, learn, and apply to the help, training, and assistance that will come out of your story if you're willing to tell it. Because everybody has a story to tell. So let's get back to the book. Let's get back to the published author book type of thing. What is it that you want to write about is the first thing that you should do. So if you're a business owner, maybe you might want to write about your business, your products, your services. If you love to travel, you might want to write about traveling. If you love to knit, you might want to write about knit. I'm also writing about a historical data book on basketball. That was part of what I knew, what I did, and part of my life. So that's another book that we're writing about. So we have 4 published books, and we have 7 to 8 manuscripts that are already finished and ready to go. But because the demand for our services to help other people to become published authors, thank the universe for that demand, has prohibited me from publishing my own works because of my willingness to help and serve others who also have the goals and dreams of becoming a published author. Speaking of goals and dreams, choose a wish, find a dream, pick a shooting star. Let your hopes and spirits soar high and free and far. Reach for the unreachable, then stretch to touch the sky. No dream you treasure is too far away and high. Believe in the impossible, then work and try and do. For those of you who dare to dream, you can make your dreams come true. Yes, becoming a published author is a dream, but only 1 to 2% of that 87% of people who even say they want to become published authors, only 1 or 2% of those people actually get off the porch and write with the big dogs and become published authors. So when you do achieve that goal, yes, it's an accomplishment and it's achievement. People write books for different reasons. You just might want to just write a book because you have the time. You don't want to sell it. You just want to give it away and say, I've accomplished something else on my journey through this life that's going to be part of your legacy. And speaking of legacy, remember, we're all going to leave a legacy, whether we realize it or not. Why not leave an intentional legacy? So I don't know if you knew this, but after you write a book, your book, after you pass away from this earth as we know it, that book is still in publication if it's published and copyrighted for 70 years after you pass on from this life. So that means your children, and your children's children have the opportunity to read about Grandpa Sally and Grandpa Jane, or Great Grandpa Sally or Great Grandpa Jane, and know about the family history, and might encourage them to become young literary scholars. Choose a self-publishing platform. You can self-publish a book, or you can go the traditional route. The traditional route is still available, but if you don't have that A-list actor, marquee name, athlete, movie star type name, it'll be kind of hard to get in there. I'm not trying to discourage you. I'm just trying to encourage you. There's an easier, quicker, faster way to live your dream to becoming a published author. You don't need to hire a literary agent. You won't need a synopsis. You won't need a query letter. You won't need to send it in through a certain channel. You won't need to wait 6 months to a year if you do not go the traditional route. I mean, some people go the traditional route and their books are accepted very quickly. That's a blessing. Others go the traditional route and never hear from the publishing company at all, or get a rejection letter 2 years later and they're still not a published author. Through self-publishing, depending on your burning desire, that's the number 1 step in Napoleon Hill's 13 original principles. If you have the desire or the burning desire to become a published author, with the right manuscript development specialist who can help you carve out a plan of action that can do the numbers with you, determining how many days or how many pages you may want to write, we can tell you within a week or 2 when your manuscript should be finished if you are willing to keep that pace up. Because we can coach you to infinity and beyond, but if you're not willing to do the work, you won't get those results. But guess what? In order to have what others won't, you have to be willing to do what others can, but others don't. And that's sit down, Get a space in your home. If you're not working from your office, get a space in your home where your energy and frequency is on a much higher level, where you can feel the energy coming through the window from nature, where you can think clearly, because now you have identified your subject matter, your topic, your genre of what you actually want to write about. So now you have your space in your home of what actually it is that you want to write about. I like to use the computer, the old school Word document. It's easier for marketing. It's easier for editing. It's easier for formatting. Some people like the Macs, and I work on both. But 99.9% I'm on a PC with a Word system. It's easier from passing it on from you to the publishing company. The third one is formatting your book. Formatting your book from the author's perspective is, if you don't know how to do it, then that's okay, because there are people like myself and a plethora of other people who have the expertise to do that. The speaker before me said, and I agree with her wholeheartedly, she, just like me, when I first started, I didn't mind paying a subject matter expert to make me look like an expert until I learned how to do it myself. So until you learn how to do it yourself, spend the money to have somebody make you look like you are a subject matter expert, because you're in business too. And you paying it forward by hiring somebody if you can't do it, because you want somebody to come through your doors and knock and buy your services and buy your products, just like you're contributing to somebody else's. We want to contribute to yours. So that's another thing. Let's see, you can upload your book to the different formats, which I'll read from a self-publishing standpoint. You can use the Nook, Kindle, iBooks, iReader, or other different formats as you want. Or you can even take another route where you can just bypass Amazon altogether. Again, I'm always piggybacking to the speaker before me, because she made some good points that fit right into an author, because hers is online courses. She said you can give them away for free. Now, I know when you heard her say that, some people are like, give an online course away for free or give my book away for free. Yes. And how can you give your book away for free and not spend an arm and a leg? You can get it printed yourself from a printing company at a low cost, and you can give it away for free, or you can have a PDF file of your book or an ebook. And those are three of the low expense methods that you can become the subject matter expertise and build your funnel and build your list, your client base, and build your clientele. So when it's time to use your book as a business card, you will already have the impact, you will already have the authority, you will already have the credibility, and your book is out there now, word of mouth, buzz, in the different communities and tribes that you frequent, and then the ones that you don't frequent, and you walk in with your book in your hand, or when you're riding on the airplane, flying on the airplane, I'm sorry, and you have the book, and somebody says, ask you anything about the book. Oh, this is my book. I'm a published author. You be low key. You're not trying to be boisterous, but you want to bring a little light that you're a published author. And here's the social proof, because you have your name on this particular book. And I know business cards are old school, but if you actually have a business card or a bookmarker with your name and information on it, that gives you more credibility. But number two, depending on how much of an impact you make on that person, because you are a published author, you want to make sure that they have a way to communicate with you once you leave their presence, whether it's face-to-face, whether it's on a Zoom call, whether it's on an airplane, whether it's on a train ride, whether you're just jogging. You don't want to miss that opportunity, because when preparedness and opportunity meets, the byproduct is success. And speaking of success, you have to be persistent. I will persist until I succeed. I was not delivered into this world in defeat, nor does failure course my veins. I am not a sheep waiting to be pruded by my shepherd. I am a lion, and I refuse to walk, to talk, to sleep with the sheep. The slaughterhouse of failure is not my destiny. I will persist until I succeed. That was by Og Mandino. I love to talk personal development, self-help, self-actualization, and taking action. Because 99, if you look around, everything that you see, even in the background, or this program that we're on, the platform that we're using, somebody had an idea. And that person wasn't the only person, but that person moved first and brought that idea to fruition. And that idea is now solidified with their legacy because they are a creator or an inventor, just like Annie Turnbolt and just like Madam C.J. Walker back in the day. Did their creative inventions, and George Washington Carver and his 100 ways of using the peanut. We have the same skills and ability. The things they didn't have back then was a television set. The thing we do have today, which I may watch a show or two, but I call it the idiot box, because if you watch the television too long and you ask yourself a question, what did I do to build my business, to write my book, to build a product or service, or to connect with somebody, or to help make this world a better place? Why am I sitting up here watching TV when I can create? So when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. And changing the way we look at life will make this world a better place. Moving on, you can set your own price for your book. If you print your book yourself, a low-cost printer, it can be less than $5, $6, or $7. You can sell the book for anywhere from $19.95, $20, $30, $40, any way you want to on your own website. You don't necessarily have to use Amazon, even though Amazon is a gateway to international distribution for our products and services. It's also a method that people who don't understand how to use their book as a business card say, my book is on Amazon. I'm a best-selling author. Well, my books are on Amazon too, and I'm not a best-selling author. I champion the word award-winning author. I have nothing against best-selling authors. I've helped 15 of my clients become best-selling authors because that was their dream. My friends are best-selling authors, and I clap and give them trophies, and I award them, I applaud them, I tip my hat to them. But the difference between a best-selling author, in my opinion only, and an award-winning author is somebody or some organization sees something in you that you took out of your head and put it in a book so it could be read, that helped people in your community, in your tribe, or elsewhere around the world. And they thought enough of you to acknowledge you, to give you an award, to speak and edify you, and give you a bigger platform because of your story, your content, your message, your ability to use your book as a business card, your ability to scale and build and grow and connect people, places, and things with the content that's in your book. So let's not play down what becoming a published author can do for you, like it has done for me. Finally, just keep writing. Keep writing, and continue to write. Like I said, I've published 4 books. I have 7 manuscripts to complete, but because of the blessings in terms of clients coming to me all the time to help them to fulfill their goals and dreams, I encourage everyone to just continue to write and write and write. Now, again, with that business card, I was in a room one day with Mark Victor Hansen and Jack Canfield, and they wrote Chicken Soup for the Soul. And those sitting down at the table, being that close to those people, again, I probably wouldn't have never met them on that particular basis unless I was buying their book. I would have met them then because they're making a profit off of me. But because I was a published author and my coach allowed me a seat at the table at a higher level event simply because I am a published author, and he knew the level of people that was going to be in that room can help me to take notes, be humble, be grateful, be a man of gratitude, and bring that back to my company so I can help others create even better, more books for themselves and their communities. The same thing is true about Sharon Lecter, who wrote all of Robert Kiyosaki's Rich Dad, Poor Dad books. Yes, her name was on the first book, and there was some battles going back and forth. I won't really go into that, but they resolved it, and Robert Kiyosaki's name is on the book. But Sharon Lecter deserves a lot of the credit as well for writing those books. I also had the opportunity to meet Kim Kiyosaki and a group of her women that call the Rich Girls. All of them are multimillionaires, and they just do real estate and create products and services on a trip when we were in London. And yes, they write books. So everything I'm saying It's because of my wife and I deciding on becoming a published author. And matter of fact, back to that little bit of that story, she was on a business trip in London, and I wrote the book in 2 weeks, the journal. I just journaled it in 2 weeks and gave it back to her because she was only going to stay home a week. So she took it back to her business associates in London, and they all read it. And I wanted to give it the beta test to see if it was good enough for bankers to read, because I don't know. I was just brand new at the game of writing, and they all endorsed it. So we have a couple of friends, and one of them is a director of finance, was a director of finance at Harvard. So I called her up and said, look, I have a manuscript I want to send you. I want to know if this is good enough for the Ivy League types too. I said, because I'm from Main Street. My wife worked on Wall Street and I worked on Main Street. I'm a blue collar type of guy, worked for the Chicago Transit Authority. So I understand how to deal with corporate types, but that wasn't my journey in life. So guess what? Because I was a published author, because she liked the content, she highly endorsed it. And she did another solid. On the back of the book, Financially Speaking, she wrote a written testimonial with her credentials on it. Now, what is that from a person who didn't come from that environment, be able to reach out and touch people in that educational environment? So don't let fear, the old fear is false evidence feeling real, stop you from becoming a published author. Let the new fear, which is feeling excited and ready, to wake you up out of bed. Get your pencil and paper after you do your meditations and outline your story, craft your story, and get the writing or get the pecking on the computer keys, and then have someone to help you polish it up and turn it into that wonderful manuscript. There's also Steve Forbes from Forbes magazine. He was in Chicago at the Executive Club, and he had an opportunity to go up on stage and shake his hand and pick his brain about the magazine business and the magazine industry, which again helped me to become better at my craft. So I'm definitely not trying to impress you, but I am impressing upon you how becoming a published author has so many unseen, untold, and unthought about doors that will and can open for you if you are not afraid of putting your subject matter expertise inside of the pages of a book, and then let the world know that you're a published author. And it's not called fake it till you make it. It's called learn along the journey. I don't want to fake it anything. If I don't know, I just don't know. But I will admit, learning along the journey keeps you creditable. And you want to always stay credible with who you are and what you do and what you talk about. Because if you know, you know. And if you don't, you don't. Just because you're a published author doesn't mean we know every single thing. But we should know what's in the pages of the books that we write, because there are books, there are stories, those are our content. And that content can help change the world. From Johannesburg, South Africa, to London, to Dubai, to Switzerland, to Australia, to Finland. Those are some of the clients and the places they live. We speak different languages, live on different continents, different time zones, and our English speaking is different, and our understanding and natural habits of living were totally different. But yet we were able to come together to become published authors. And as I close, I'll close with this. It's the dream one more time. If all of you all dream to become a published author, here's the dream. Choose a wish, fan the dream, pick a shooting star. Let your hopes and spirits soar high and free and far. Reach for the unreachable, then stretch to touch the sky. No dream you treasure is too far away and high. Believe in the impossible, then work and try and do. For those of you who dare to dream, you can make your dream come true. We empower you to tell your story and get your book out of your head so it can be published and read. I'm Michael Bart Matthews. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate that, Big Mike. Thank you for coming on. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Genius is coming. We'll see you on the other side.
All right.
Yeah, that was wonderful. Thank you so much. He did a wonderful job. And the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That address is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at, again, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. Also, we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2023. NC 100, Moody Capitals, Suede Soul, Lotus Roche Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melanie Shanae Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Forces Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my multivitamin for kids to help combat weak immunity. During the pandemic, research has shown that having a strong immune system is key to fighting off disease. My vitamins are for kids, but adults can benefit from them as well. I'm adding a proprietary blend to my supplement line. I want to create my own blend so that I have a competitive edge in the marketplace. Staying healthy is important to me so that we live longer and have healthier lives. My website is klockproducts.com. That is K-L-O-C-K. Genius is common.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish, Goldie, dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am black business. Tell me, are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
A big man, a big heart. Let's go. Jackson Crisp is a tech startup founder, business consultant, and captivating public speaker, reaching the professional level as a former NFL offensive tackle. Jackson always brings it. With a degree in engineering from the prestigious Colorado School of Mines and over 2 decades of project management experience, Jackson has honed his skills in training high-performing teams and leaders. The recipient of several patents and trademarks, Jackson is also a subject matter expert, regularly presenting on topics related to projects, processes, and systems. As a paid speaker, Jackson has a unique ability to connect with audiences of all backgrounds. His captivating storytelling and genuine approach inspire and educate, leaving audiences motivated and ready to act towards achieving their goals. Through customized strategy and implementation sessions, Jackson works closely with clients to meet their business objectives. His deep understanding of the human condition, combined with his passion for helping others, make him a highly sought-after coach and mentor. Jackson's impact extends beyond the business world. As Vice President for the NFL Alumni, Las Vegas chapter, and an advisor for Unsilenced Voices, he is dedicated to making a positive change in the world. With Jackson Crisp, unleash your potential.
And then the last thing is, you can have those first 2 things with the wrong intention and bring damage to the earth and the world and to each other, or some level of it, or you can be heart-centered, and that's the heart, and bring life and wellness to the world. And the world needs that today. Thank you very much.
Jackson Crisp.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good evening. Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Timmy Young. I'm your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. Our next speaker is Jackson Crisp. Jackson is a tech startup founder, business coach, public speaker. With an impressive background as a former NFL offensive tackle, Jackson brings to his discipline, work ethic, and passion to everything he does. With a degree in engineering from the Colorado School of Mines, Jackson has over 2 decades of project management experience and several patents and trademarks to his name. I present to you, Jackson Crisp.
Hey, thank you, Timmy. That's a mouthful. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. But genius is coming,
to be here.
and I'll see you on the other side.
Sounds good. Thank you, brother. I'll get right into it. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Here we go. All right. So today I'm going to talk about some concepts that I've used in my project management or my projects and also in my businesses for strategies to have you be as successful as possible. I'm going to go through a lot of things today, try to make them fun with some stories. I'll interject into some of the concepts and the teachings. But one thing I would suggest if you're watching this is just scratch down on a notepad. It doesn't have to be formal notes or anything. What that does is it solidifies between your mind and the writing, has you absorb the material better so you can apply it without even realizing you're doing it. So there's subconscious stuff that happens there. So what I do is whenever I'm doing a training where I'm listening to something, taking my precious time, which I appreciate all you doing because our time is our most precious asset. I try to, even if it's not formal notes, because we know that we typically don't go back to notes, right? But just the process of writing those notes, it goes in there and is easily recalled for you to recall later as you're moving forward. So that's, I guess, a piece of first advice I would give you in terms of as you're educating yourself for your business or your service or whatever it may be that you do. I'm going to go over, like I said, quite a few concepts. I'm not going to take a lot of time going into depth because I'm limited here to the 40 minutes or so. So we'll go ahead and do that. And this thing's recorded, so you can always go back and check it out if there's something that resonated with you more that you might want to go back and see later. So with that said, let's move right into it. I'm going to start the talk off by talking about mindset and behavior. And then I'll go into, towards the end, a couple practical implementations that you can do into your own business, or things to do to start your own business, or things to consider when you start your own business. All right. So one of the first things I like to talk about is manifestation. If you're an entrepreneur, you know that sometimes we can get caught up in some woo-woo stuff and what people consider woo-woo as compared to mindset. And one thing I can tell you, especially as a former athlete and some of the things that I've accomplished, is that there's nothing but truth to manifesting what you want and your mindset. And I don't care who's telling you different. It's super important whenever you're going to do anything. So one thing I always like to say is, you hear about The Secret and all that, and manifesting your reality and the law of attraction, bringing that into existence. It's all very true. But what I like to talk about is you need to be very specific in what you're wanting to manifest. And most importantly, very specific behind the action or actions that you're doing to manifest it. A lot of times you'll hear people say, fake it until you make it, or, and it's not manifesting something into reality. It's not wishing for it. It's not, in my opinion, faking it until you make it. But rather, there's a slight adjustment there. Work in this, in your business, in your service, in your product, whatever you're working on, as though you already are it or you already have it. That's different than faking it until you make it. That's setting yourself in a mindset that you already have it. And so when you set yourself in that mindset, you start treating yourself with respect and as the authority in whatever it is you're working on. And that attitude carries forward when you start putting together your business, service, product, or whatever that may be. And then the other part with this manifestation is the action. I know everyone wants a different life, wants a better life, wants a successful business. That's the envisioning part of this deal. But again, I'm going to lead hard on the actions. You're going to need to do the uncomfortable work with making these actions happen. And as you lean into these areas of fear, these uncomfortable work stuff, you'll just start noticing as you're moving the ball forward that things just start manifesting and people start getting introduced to your life. Opportunities start getting introduced when you're prepared for them. It almost feels like a movie script when it really takes hold and you've done the groundwork in terms of setting your mind to manifest that. The other thing, so the next topic I'm going to talk about is becoming aware of your business needs. So what I mean by that is whatever you're going, and it could be business, again, whatever you're working on. I'm just going to use business for throughout this in terms of making your business better, since that's the topic heading or title. But again, however this applies to you, apply it. But what I mean by become aware of your business needs, we have access to this thing called a mobile phone that can basically get you in reference to any piece of information out there. Now, getting good information and bad information, there are ways to do that. But you basically have access to anything. Where back in the day, you'd have to go to libraries and spend days researching one piece of something. It's almost like we've been spoiled, right? Now we have this technology in our hands to access, but here's what a lot of people fail to do, and this is where this topic comes in. You need to come up with intelligent questions to ask, right? To get the best information to sort of guide you along your journey for whatever that piece of information may be. So seek to find the right questions to get the right answers. Okay. The next thing I like to talk about is start building champion habits. You don't see, I don't care what you're doing. If you don't start building a champion habit, you'll just exist in it, right? The reasons why I've gotten opportunities and continue to get opportunities, including a shot at playing in the NFL, is because I believed I deserved to be there, and my habits that I worked on in preparation for those opportunities, I made sure I did. So when it came, I got the shot, right? So in building your champion habits, one thing you want to do is master your time. Like, again, I said in the beginning of this thing, your time is your greatest asset. And you need to treat it that way. If you're serious, if you're in the startup mode, or you're growing, or you're running a business, and that includes work-life balance in terms of being sure that you're okay, right? You need to treat your time not serious as in take it serious in terms of in a negative way, but treat it serious because it's a limiting thing. In a good way, and fill your life with it. So one of those things in mastering time that you can do is learn how to calendar. Calendaring is huge, and a lot of us don't do it to the levels that we should do it. Some people say you should calendar everything, right? I don't do it to that extent, but as I've gotten more into calendaring, it makes you walk through a process to set up your time on what you're doing, and it holds you to it. And then it maximizes use of your time. The other thing, a lot of us entrepreneurs and small business owners have an issue with is focus, especially now. There's always something new, or always an event, or always something that's coming at you that you need to try this new way to do, because that's the only thing that everyone's doing, whatever, right? We're constantly bombarded with stuff, invites, asked to do stuff, and all of these things that sometimes are outside of our wheelhouse or what we're trying to focus on in terms of what we're launching or doing. So basically learn to say no. You can always say no very constructively, and anyone that's also busy is going to understand that, or set expectations that that's not going to happen for now or anytime in the immediate future, but we'll revisit it later, right? So you could be tactful in how you say it, but say it and adhere to it so you can stay focused on getting your stuff done. Master your health, building champion habits. So the second thing is mastering your health. I've always looked at it like this. I've gone through some of this because we all know when you're in the thick of it, sometimes it's easy to let things slip, and we're all human, and that does happen. But in those moments where I am mastering my health, I call it you're in shape for to be the best speaker in the world, the best business owner, and the best. When you're in optimal health, mind, body, spirit, you amplify the work that you put out. It's better quality work, and you're a better person, and you're more susceptible to information coming in and out and constructing whatever it is you're constructing. So a lot of times we get caught up in this. Well, I don't have time for that. I don't have time to go work out, right? Because I'm so busy. And what you're not realizing is by not making that time, you're actually doing twice the work and you're becoming more unhealthy versus making that time and doing twice the work that it would take if you weren't maintaining your health. So, and the other thing is when you do fall off, because it will happen, you'll have something come up for a period of time, even if it's for a day or a week. You know how to get back on that horse and what gets you back to your optimal wellness. The other thing on building champion habits are mastering your resolve and your resiliency. You're gonna hit roadblocks. You're going to spend hours, days, weeks on something that you realize you didn't need if you would have just asked the right question or got the right mentoring, right? But when you hit these things, you're going to have to stay resilient and keep pushing forward. If it was easy, and you hear this all the time, everyone would be doing it. Everyone has ideas, right? But it's very few that implement making those ideas happen. And then the people that sort of sat back and went, oh, that was my idea. No, it wasn't. Someone else did it and they implemented it, right? So resolve and resiliency. It's not going to be an easy ride. You got to get yourself into a mindset that there will be rewards, but I'm going to work my ass off. Excuse the French, we'll bleep that out, but work my butt off to get to that level where I'm in the top tier in whatever it is that I'm doing. And then the last thing in championship habits is mastering your network. You've heard network is your net worth and these types of phrases. It's absolutely true. Your proximity with like-minded, heart-centered people, that's a very big deal in terms of the quality of your network, because no one does it alone. And when you put this law of attraction into existence, into work, this network you'll see sort of almost miraculously starts forming around you, and the help that you're needing or the gaps you're needing filled will show up. One thing when you're building these networks, a piece of advice that I love this. I just got it recently. I wish I could credit his name's Pitch Freak, but is his nickname. But I keep forgetting his first name. But is a 10-second pitch. So when your network knows what you do in 10 seconds, most people's attention span and most people can remember 10 seconds of information on what you do. So if you can get what you do down to a very crisp 10-second, here's what I do, what it does is your network will remember that versus a 1 hour, 10-minute to a 1 hour explanation on all this stuff that you're doing. They aren't going to remember anything. So when you have something very crisp that you can portray to your network in terms of what you do in a very brief pitch, now when they're out working their networks or doing events, they'll say, you know what, I have someone that is perfect for this because you made that pitch able to stick in their head. And now you have a bunch of people out in your network prospecting and pulling for you. That's really huge. So I want you to think about that. Versus so simplify what you're doing and be able to do that. You've heard it called an elevator pitch as well. So let me go to the next one here. Okay. So the next area I want to talk about is never underestimate the power of words. And as a former athlete, and the work I'm doing now as a speaker with my company and all that, and speaking, this is super important because the self-talk that you're telling yourself. So that never underestimate the power of words to build you or to tear you down. And we all have this subconscious voice going on in our head that's a lot of times very critical to what we do. When something doesn't go right, very critical. Things in your past or past traumas are just on loop. They're on feedback loops in your self-conscious mind. And, you know, you talk about meditation and things that the zone for Jordan, when he would look at the rim and these people that just excel, the top of their game, right? It's work to get in touch with those loops and slowly reprogram them for empowerment, right? When you catch yourself, or when you're meditating and you're hearing a recurring message that's negative, start reprogramming it to empower you. All right. And then that way, that thing's just on cruise control as you're manifesting, as you're building, and this stuff will start aligning as you move forward. The one thing I want to say about the power of words is you never want to speak out a criticism on yourself. It's just we all do it sometimes, but you want to really get on top of it. There's actually been experiments. So there's a difference between thinking a negative thought and now releasing it to the world by verbalizing it. Keep those criticisms. We all can be self-critical, especially when something didn't go right, but try to prevent, it's really important that we don't verbalize it out loud. And like I said, there's been experiments on this where they had the one I'm thinking about, they had a football team that couldn't say anything negative about the coaching or their circumstances or other players. And they basically shut it out. And this team basically did a 180 over a season just by cutting that critical verbalized talk out. So that's super important. And with this, I'm going to jump back, sort of merge the two between the manifesting and what you're verbalizing. Einstein, you know, we all know who he is, quoted that the law of attraction is as real as physics, and what you're putting out there is as real as physics. And a lot of the greats, they might have called it different things, but it was all manifestation and mindset on what they weren't thinking of doing or going to try to do. It's what they were. It's what they were meant to do. It's who they are. So, okay. Next, I want to talk about learn your strengths and support your weaknesses. So this is huge. When you're developing networks and credibility within networks and as a person and business with people, what I like to talk about is the it factor. So you've heard this, you may have heard this before. This might be the first time you heard it, but there's something specific about you or some specific things about you that attract people to you. And what a lot of people do is they take this for granted, right? Because it's just living life. You're going to attract certain people and you're not. So it's very rare that someone actually thinks through what attracts people to me, what's attractive about me, right? So that is a question, and a very important question in your business and in networking that you should ask, or you should at least observe. And then when you're in these networking events, make sure that that part of your personality shines, or whatever that strength is naturally shines, and you're going to attract the people you're intended to attract. So it's a super important question, because a lot of times we get caught up in how we should act, what I should do, and it becomes very robotic. Sure, there are, you need to respect people's spaces and all that, and certain events are going to have certain themes, but you want to bring your authentic self to these things and amplify that part of that if factor that from the feedback from the people that are close to you, your employees, the people that work with you, your customers, your clients, whatever they found, just amplify that when you're in these events, and you'll love the result. Let's see. And then the other part of support your strength, learn your strengths and support your weakness. As you're developing your business, you're going to have to temporarily learn things and wear multiple hats, even things you're not good at or don't want to do, just because of budget constraints. And as you're growing this thing, you'll have to take on more than a business that's more established that can fill these roles to complement them, right? So as you're growing your business, you'll fill a lot of these roles, but as you start growing and scaling, you're going to want to find people, processes, systems, and services to support your weaknesses or the parts of the business you don't like to run, or the parts of the businesses that you're not inspired to do. So eventually you want to start firing yourself from those positions or those things that you do that aren't what you're best at. And again, that will happen with the growth of your business. The next thing I want to talk about is developing great teams. I can't overemphasize this. You're not going to do it alone. There might be parts where you're conceiving something, or you're working out sort of the base thing before you launch something. But if you're going to grow something successful, you're going to need to develop great teams. And in my I've had 25 years of project management experience managing $5 million to $100 million or to a couple $100 million projects. And what even makes those more difficult is a lot of times you have some direct reports, but a lot of your reports aren't even direct. And so you've got to be able to put together this team that works well with each other and bring out the best in each other. So what I would say is, with your team, be careful of monotony in terms of the same type of people like you. This is where diversity is huge. You don't want everyone to think like you or have a mind, because you're going to get blindsided if you're weighted towards one spot. So I really promote diversity on teams with great team contributors. And what you'll get with that is you'll get a lot of different perspectives, and then you teach respectful communication. There's ways to communicate to bring out the best, so it stays organized. But you'll bring out the best, and you'll find yourself doing things or implementing things that you would never have, that wouldn't have even been thought of without a diverse team. It's sort of a mini mastermind. When you're pulling together your team meetings, or you're building out a new process, system, product, whatever that may be. Also, you want to stay clear, establish a clear vision, a mission, and a culture with your team. So there might be ways that we communicate the vision of what you're trying to do, and everyone's on board with that vision, everyone agrees with that vision and mission. And then you set that culture up in terms of, all these businesses have different types of cultures. And it's up to you to decide what kind of culture you want for your business. Me specifically, for my startup, I don't want to manage a bunch of employees. And I'll get into this a little bit later. I believe that AI and a bunch of these tools that are coming out, it's the perfect opportunity to start lean and all that. So I want a culture where we're working in close, respectful partnerships with contractors that are excellent in what they do, with a smaller employee force that's remote. And so, and then we get together, as needed for collaborations. But that's something that, as I'm building this business I'm working on now, this tech startup, that I have in mind from the beginning. So as we're developing it, we'll grow into it. So as many processes that you can have in the beginning that you can grow into, the better off you're going to be. So it's easier to start it. And I'll get into this later, so I don't want to do it too much now. Start with something, optimize and working well, and grow with that, versus start with something quick, not well thought out, and deal with it later when you're trying to grow. It'll bottleneck you. With these visions for great teams, with these skills, you want a positively challenging environment, and fun with accountability are two of the rules that I have. A positively challenging environment and fun with accountability. And the reason why I use that wording is because it always has to be real. No yes men and all that. You want to make sure that you're receiving real information. And I think it's very important to set up the team, or not real accurate information. It's important to set up that team from the beginning. The other thing I like to do is extend confidence. There's a lot of stuff I've done in my life related to business and projects that a new team member might not necessarily have confidence in, but they're very skilled, they're very talented. And so what I like to equate that to in terms of football talk is when you come in, a coach knows you're talented, right? But you might have some insecurities or some negative thoughts. But the coach believes in you, and just the belief from someone else in you makes you believe in you even more, while you're getting footing into taking over and believing in yourself. And that's true for different levels. I'm at the gym spotting someone. They're doing weights by themselves. They ask me to spot them. They're automatically going to work harder in getting that rep and probably get it just because I'm there. And I like to call that extending confidence. So make sure you're extending confidence to your team, and making them feel like champions. And you'll get champions. They'll start acting like champions. The other thing I like to do with great teams and developing a great team is you need to consider personal lives. If someone's acting a certain way all the time and all of a sudden they change, approach it from not in terms of reprimanding them for if it was something negative on the job, but approach it from what's happening personally. Like, is there something going on from a caring standpoint? Because if they were one way consistently and all of a sudden something changed, it's more than likely something happened in their personal life. And the way you approach that could not only help them through a rough patch, but also just cement that trust and commitment to your company and your service moving forward. So I regularly compliment my team on good ideas. I want good ideas, and I also want solutions. And when the problems come, I also ask for solutions. Don't just come at me. You've heard this before. Come at me with a problem, but also some possible solutions. And then with the good ideas, we get the team to collaborate to amplify that good idea and just clean it out and maximize it. So those are some things I do to develop great teams. The next thing that's super valid in this time is, it's a quote from a mentor of mine, Les Brown: guard the ears to your mind. And it can't be more true and needed now than ever. Basically, it's of the idea that you want to tune out news, bad behaviors, and bad people, and stay aligned with your goals. Unless you're working with the TMZ and you need to know gossip and all that, it might behoove you there, but most of us aren't. And mostly it's just filling our heads with stuff that we don't need to create a great business. So some of the things so bad news, behaviors, people, division. When someone's talking bad about someone, I don't try to engage it. And what I usually tell people is I try to focus even on people that I might not necessarily match with business-wise or otherwise. I try to focus on the good, because everyone has something that they're doing that's good. And you can decide to focus on the bad or learn from their good. Am I still?
Hey, well, we thank you so much. We thank you, Coach, for Mr. Jackson for sharing with us everything. Like, we had some technical difficulties that was taking place there, but yeah, we definitely appreciated all the information that you shared with us, and what it means to 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 be motivated. And being a former athlete, I know that it has a whole lot going on. So your words, encouraging words, and how to step into business and be prepared for things in the real world is really motivating a number of people. We do thank you for that.
You're very welcome. Did you want me to keep going or just wrap it up?
Well, if you can keep on going, we just had an interruption right there for a moment.
Yeah, I know. I glanced at that and I noticed that. How long was what did you hear last? I guess. What was I talking on last before I got?
It scrambled on me right there. It was just a minute ago. I was reading your notes here, but you were.
It's okay. I can. Okay, I'll go ahead and take it back for probably about another 10 minutes. All right. And so I'll start again with when right now I'm in Las Vegas, and when it gets hot here, it's like 110 or 115 degrees. It starts messing with the data lines. And so we're at the hottest part of the day. So I was afraid that might happen, but we'll get back into it, hopefully get through this. So I was talking about guarding the ears to your mind. Just basically keep the trash out of your head, because you're already going through one of the most difficult things in developing a business. And so you want the distractions minimal. And as part of that, I try to live in abundance and wish true happiness for others when they have something good happen for them. Right. Instead of some of the other thoughts that come in, why them? And some of these jealousy thoughts, if you can do that and be genuine in that, the laws of reciprocity will pay dividends for you, because it means that you're changing your attitude in terms of you're learning an abundance mindset. So that's that. And then I talk about when you're going to next levels, whatever it is, expect pain. One story I like to tell is when I played football, we were towards the end of spring camp, and it's sort of a gross story, so I won't embellish like I like to do sometimes, but it was maybe a week left, and I got my hand caught up in the defensive end's face mask. And they don't like that as an offensive tackle, getting your hand in their face. And he jerked his helmet down, and it broke my hand, right, with one week left. And so I knew it broke, and I knew what even type of break it was. So I got back, I got the ice, and got back to the dorm room, and my hand the finger was already rotating because it had broken the metacarpal. And I just rotated it back. I won't get into the details, but I rotated it back, let it set that night, and just went to practice without reporting it, because I had been doing really well. I wanted to get through that camp and make it to the fall camp, the next camp. And so I just self-treated, and every practice it would re-break, and I would re-break for a week, just over a week. And the point with that is in business, it's not going to be physical pain like I just described there, but you will hit emotional, mental, and spiritual types of pain where I can't do this or this, and you need to be ready for that, because it's going to happen at some point. And so just prepare for that. Back to that hand story, all that re-breaking and breaking. And when I finally did get to see a doctor back home, he said, well, it was crazy that you did that. I wouldn't have advised it, but all that re-breaking built a lot of calcium around it, and your hand's actually probably stronger now than it was before the break in that area. So you could take the analogy there how you want. But the point is when you are going through these tough times, you will come out the other end more informed, more wise, and a lot stronger to handle these issues. So I talk about pains at next levels. Some pains can be crazy hours, uncomfortable transformations, learning new skills, putting yourself out there publicly and socially to network. They say some people would rather die than publicly speak. You got to go through these pains. And when you do reach those next levels, it's exhilarating. It's a calm. There's a new confidence. You've grown as a person, and you're ready to hit that next level when you're ready to tackle it. Be responsible in how you leap. So Tony Robbins talks about burning the boats. When you say, I'm going to do this, and Yoda says, don't try, do. You can't just tip your toe in the water, right? You need to prepare. You need to fortify, and then you need to do it as though your life depends on it. Okay. You do need to be responsible with it. You need to make sure that you and your family basics are covered for X period of time, that you're going to go all in on this thing so you don't hurt someone. An exercise that I like that Tony Robbins does is he does the cost of failure versus the price of success. And he takes you through this exercise where what's going to happen if you don't change how's your life going to be? What are you missing out on? And he has you go through these exercises where it gets very, very painful, right? To set that as you're not willing to accept that anymore. So if you've been accepting a painful life, or you want change, and it's getting more and more painful, you've got to really feel that and make that unacceptable in your mindset and how you're working. That's not an acceptable level of living for me anymore. Okay. And then you start building what you do want in your life. And that's part of that law of attraction, your vision again, with the action, the specified action behind it, how you do want to live, what that person looks like, how that family looks like, how your family and friends looks like, what your job, your business looks like, and then live it as it is. Okay. So you can do exercises on that. There's a lot of mindset stuff and work on that. And Tony Robbins does a lot of it. If you want to look that up. But then when you start living in that vision, you'll again start manifesting it. So, okay. So I'm going to talk, I think I have maybe 5, am I out of time?
Yes,
okay.
we all right. We thank you so much. That awesome advice that you've offered, and we just thank you for sharing with us.
You're very welcome. Here, let me get you back on. Okay.
Okay. So at this time, genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
All right. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App that's on the screen below. And that address is going to be $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at the same address, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. At this time, we also like to thank our Black Business Expo sponsors, Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey's Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Man, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melanie Shaney Global, I'll probably execute that, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Super Women Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant. where social justice ruled the land, a place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be, a safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Well, good evening. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network, My name is Timmy Young. I'm your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business power and inspire and educate businesses about businesses. Tonight's speaker, we have, next is going to be Reverend Dwayne Kamina. Mr. Kamina, thank you. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Timmy. Appreciate, and it's a good evening. So thank you for having me and moderating, and appreciate the work you did today. And you got your skill set down, I see. But anyway, I'm here. I'm here to talk about I Have a Dream Home, and just want to get into it a little bit. I Have a Dream Home is a company we started to address the 13 million mortgage-ready home buyers that are going underserved in urban and rural America. So it's a big need for mortgage assistance. It's a big gap as the big banks have exited the mortgage business primarily. And somebody has to fill that gap. There's not enough providers. Only a handful of Black mortgage companies. And with 13 million mortgage-ready home buyers going underserved in those populations, it's a never-ending pool of potential clients that can be tapped into. So we decided that looking at that marketplace to build a company around that particular business and to work to service that population. It's been a journey, and it's has its ups and downs, but we're still standing. We're still hopeful that at the end of the day we will achieve all the benchmarks that we've set. We've been at it for a couple of years, building the infrastructure necessary in order to move forward. My business approach is a little different. Some people, they just start at the top of the mountain and forget about the detailed work that has to be done, and they don't always be in a position to support that detailed work. And that's where collapse happens. So we built from the ground up. We built the infrastructure. We put the foundation. We built the basement around the foundation, and we put the first floor, second, third, fourth, and so on and so forth. And we finally put the penthouse in. So I like to use the analogy of we built a 5-star hotel. So all the floors are in on our business model, and the penthouse is in. And now we're just looking for folks to come in, understand that what the model is, and occupy the space or the rooms. So our website is easy. It's www.ihaveadreamhome.gold. So anyone can go to the website and see more information, see newsletters dating back a couple years or more, as you can see the progression that we made over the years. So we're in this fundraising mode now, because in order to build a mortgage company, there's requirements, and the minimum requirement, you could probably do it with a little bit less, but the model we wanted to start out with was potentially putting about $300 million in mortgages out into the community. And that model required that you have a $5 million reservoir of capital. So in order to build that reservoir of capital, we had to put a structure together to go out and raise capital. We decided to use the Regulation CF, That allows you to raise up to the $5 million. As long as you have audited financial statements, you could raise up to $5 million. If you don't have audited financial statements, the cap is $250,000. So prayerfully, we and thankfully, we have audited financial statements, so that allowed us to go after the maximum raise, which was right at the threshold of where our consultant said we need to be in order to implement the business model. So we're in that raise right now, a $5 million raise. We're looking for investor types. We wanted it to be the community at large. We wanted them to take advantage of the investment vehicle because a lot of times when ground floor opportunities present themselves, those opportunities aren't generally presented to the community in which I live. And let's call it urban America. We usually don't get the information until we see it on the news and we see somebody made a whole bunch of money investing in X, Y, and Z. And you know, we get hopeful, but that opportunity has come and gone by the time it reaches our ears in urban America. So what we did was we built a structure that we built a structure that would allow the community to participate in the offering. And in an ideal world, we would like to have about 5,000 folks from our community invest about $1,000 each. And will put us right at the $5 million. And they would become 20% owners in the company. And the company, just from a simple business mathematical model, if we put 300 million out in the streets in the first year in terms of mortgages, at a minimum 2 basis points per annum, we would make about $12 million in profits per year. Out of that $12 million in profits per year, of course, you got taxes, et cetera, but $2 million of that would be returned back to the folks who invested as dividends. So they would still own the stock, but they would get dividends, which is considered a cash payment for the investment, and that would continue as long as they maintain the ownership in the company or maintain their shares. They have to hold the shares for about 12 months. After that, they can trade them, sell them, etc. But for the first 12 months, they must maintain the shares. There's a couple loopholes. You could sell it to another family member, back to the company. We could come in and purchase them back from you, or an accredited investor. But that's the model we chose. We chose to reach out to the African American community and seek their support in their, again, 5,000 investors at $1,000 an investor, and let them be the beneficiary of this ground floor opportunity. In order to be successful in the model, we had to partner with some specific organizations in order to meet the standards and the requirements set up by the United States Security and Exchange Commission. Those standards were every one of our partners in this endeavor, in this venture, had to be SEC compliant. They had to have particular licenses, and those were SEC license or FINRA regulated licenses. And those partners were our escrow company, Enterprise Bank and Trust, out of Missouri. It's a multi-billion-dollar bank. They're our escrow provider. So when investors put money in, it would go into the escrow company. So they had to have all the, licenses, et cetera, banking licenses and all that to be an escrow provider. We also partner with a group called Core Connex, They provide our software, but they had to be FINRA regulated, FINRA licensed, and SEC regulated as well, because this is a security offering, and you can't just have any kind of website. This website has to be specific. It has to be controlled by what's called a broker dealer, and we partner with Andis Capital Group out of Chicago, Illinois, to be our broker dealers. They have their broker license to be able to manage other folks' money, investment dollars, and to keep us in compliance with the Security Exchange Commission. And then we had to process and partner with a couple of payment processors in order for Securitrans was one, and Art5 Signal was the other one. And that was in order to take investments in from the public, general public. So you can't just take investments in through Cash App, PayPal, et cetera, things of that nature. Folks do that, but when you're in the security arenas, it has to go through a specific vehicle, and these folks have to be licensed by SEC and FINRA in order to be able to manage those transactions. So again, we chose a specific path because we wanted to be in compliance for one thing, but we also wanted to be at the highest level of professionalism. And because we didn't want to have to get up the road and say, uh-oh, and then have to go fix the car because, we had the wrong tires on the car. So we decided to build, again, a first-class business model so that we didn't have to look back anymore. So that's completed. And there's about $8.8 billion in Community Reinvestment Act dollars that the federal government has in its coffers that's supposed to go to the community every year and reach the community for different types of business loans or whether it be mortgages, whatever. But the banks were in charge of that money, and that money would go to the banks, and the banks were supposed to disperse that down into the communities, urban communities. And they had not been successful in doing that. So those Community Reinvestment Act dollars basically just keep getting recycled, and they never go. It doesn't reach the communities in sufficient amounts for impact to be had. So in order to even address that and develop our relationship with the federal government, we brought on the lady CFO, Joanne Williams, as our CFO. But most importantly, in her network and her team, she has over 10 CPAs, financial educated Black females, which gave us the girth and the capacity to be able to manage larger sums of money when the time comes. But we wanted to build the structure ahead of time. So when we go out and ask, like we just put out for $5 million of funding to a venture capital firm. And first thing they're going to ask us, can you manage $5 million? And we wanted to be able to say, did you see our team? Did you see these beautiful Black females, highly educated with degrees, CPAs, financial experts, who have been gifted to manage money? Did you see that? Because we did. And we saw that and we said, let's put that in place. But also with the federal government, when we go and we challenge them for the shifting of the Community Reinvestment Act dollars, you could talk it, but can you manage? If we gave you $1 billion, could you manage it? Because they're not going to give $1 million to a layperson or $1 billion to a layperson who has a good idea but has no degrees to support the discipline. So when you're managing money, the degrees that support management of money in large sums from investors and other types, those are called CPAs. Those are called accounting firms. So you have to have that in place in order for folks of that magnitude to trust you with their money. So we did that. Again, we have over 10 beautiful Black CPA females through Joanne Williams and the Lady CPA Network, who are poised and ready to manage the dollars once we achieve the goal. Now, the goal has been long in coming to some. To me, I always say the race is not given to the swift, it's given to those who endure to the end. So this particular mission we're working on is a lifetime legacy mission. So it's not a fly by night or operation where we're here today and gone tomorrow. We're not going anywhere. This is what we're doing for the rest of our life. We're going to raise the $5 million. We're going to leverage. We're going to have the $300 million. We're going to put it out into the community in terms of mortgages. We're going to pay investors back the due commission according to the Form C that we filed with the United States Security Exchange Commission. So we want to do things by the book, and we will do things by the book. So that's our motto. And if you're listening, again, go to www.ihaveadreamhome.gold. ihaveadreamhome.gold, not .com, .gold. But if you happen to make a mistake and hit .com, you'll get to the investment portal as well. But you can go and you can see what we're talking about. You can see the investment portal. If you invest, you'll get like when you go and you open a bank account, you'll get an account. It's called a wallet. And you'll see your investments, you'll see your shares, and you'll be able to go in and check it on a daily basis. You'll control your own account. So each person who invests get the individual account. And if you decide to invest 1 month and then want to come back in and invest in another month, then you just go into your account just like you would any other transaction, and you put your amount in that you're reinvesting, or your second investment, third investment, fourth investment, and you put it in, you hit the button, and it goes straight into your account. And then the shares that you purchase at the time shift and go into your account and be illustrated right in front of you. So everything is automated, and that's why I said you have to have like professional companies who are licensed by the Security Exchange Commission and FINRA to handle these types of operations, because it's very strategic, very sensitive, and it's dealing with the public's money, meaning other folks' money other than your own. So those things are structured in place, and we're ready for investors. So let's give a scenario. Give me 1 second, please. Let's give a scenario of what an investment might look like. So instead of taking off $5,000, $1,000 investors, let's just look at the whole pool of $5 million. So if you were a semi-wealthy person and had $5 million and you invested it into the company, based on the business plan and the calculations that have been done, the anticipated return on that investment would be 2.5 years. So 2.5 years, that $5 million would have come back to you. And then after that, in the terms of mortgages generally go for 15 years or 30 years. Because you're part of the company, for the next 27.5 years, that $2 million will continue to come back to you if you put up that whole $5 million, because 20% or $2 million comes back to the investors each year. And that was a structure we put in place to create for the 5,000 investors opportunity to create generational wealth within the community, which is why we preferred to have 5,000 African-American investors from our community be the investors versus the venture capital firm. But that's been slow to manifest, which is why we had to reach out to the venture capital firms. But there's still time. We have the January 24th, January 31st, 2024, in order to raise the capital. So there's still time for the $1,000 investments to come in and meet that threshold. And that would be like in a perfect world. But as I said, if a $5 million investor was to do that, they would get $2 million back the first year, $2 million back the second year, and $2 million back the third year, the fourth year, the fifth year, all the way out to year 15, all the way out to year 30, depending on the mortgage length. And as long as they maintain their interest in the company, that would continue on infinitum, forever, unless they sold their shares off. And not only would they be getting the dividends back, they will still maintain that percentage of ownership, and those shares in values would also increase over time, because these shares would appreciate based on the expansion and growth of the business model. So that was one way to create generational wealth in the model for the community. The other way to create generational model was the business model itself. It's a mortgage business model. So we already know that when a person buys a home versus renting, they pay a mortgage versus a rental fee. The mortgage fee is it pays and it creates what's called equity in the property as you pay down the mortgage. The equity grows, the amount you owe the bank or the lender decreases. And the difference between the decrease and the cost of the home, which also appreciates over time, that gap in there is called equity, which grows and grows and grows over the years. Eventually, when you get to zero and you paid off, from zero to whatever the value of that house is at the time you finish the mortgage, that's your equity. That's one of the pillars of creating generational wealth, is to own a home. And most folks, they do it over a short period of time. They generally take them and they buy a home with like a first-time home buyer. They would buy a home, be in it for 5 years, 10 years, what have you. They would pay down, the house would increase, and they would have that profit margin in there. And then they would either sell that house, take that dividends now, and purchase another payment, a down payment, move into a bigger house, and have some reserve left over, which is called a capital gains, that they will put into their bank or use for whatever they need it for. And they would start the process all over again. But now they're in a bigger house that costs a little bit more, but also appreciates. And then as they pay down over the next 10 years, they might cash out, refinance again, and put some money in their pocket and complete the process. Or they might just, pay the whole thing off, get to ground zero, leave the equity, and transform that equity or transfer the equity to their children or loved ones. Or in case of, someone passing away, the equity is passed down to the state, which eventually goes to family members, and so on and so forth. But that's a pillar of creating generational wealth. So not only will we create generational wealth by creating home ownership opportunities that currently, as I said, there's 13 million mortgage-ready home buyers going unserved in America today, in urban and rural America. So if we can just dent that number, and mind you, $300 million only dents that number, about 1,000 mortgages. So you're only taking about 1,000 mortgages of folks and putting them in home ownership opportunities in a given year out of 13 million. So you can't even dent it. There's not enough mortgage providers who are concerned about this population to dent that number. But we want to start denting it. We want to grow it exponentially every year, dent it more and more and more and more. And hopefully, as part of our business model, we have a franchising opportunity in the future that we would set up other folks in other areas so that we can do more and do more volume in a quicker and sustainable way. So that's all part of the business model, but that's also part of the investment. When you invest, part of the inheritance, for lack of a better word, that the investors will receive by being in the ground floor of this opportunity, which is open for investments today. Again, if you go to www.ihaveadreamhome.gold, you'll see the Invest Now button. You'll go in and a European lady named Ella will show up on the screen and tell you your investment is secured, and tell you about, why, because of the SEC regs. And you go in and you set up your bank account. You go in and you invest in your wallet. You get your shares. It goes into your account. Just like cryptocurrency, you control your account. It's yours after you set it up. It's not ours. And you monitor it, and you become a proprietor or an owner in I Have a Dream Home for the long-term business play. And long-term for some is longer than others. You might want to, cash out after a few years, 5 years, 10 years. You might let it ride and see that you want to pass it down and your shares down to your family members. All that's in the back office as well. So when you get your account and say you go in and you invest $1,000 and you decide you want to give 5 of your children the benefit of the investment, you can go right in your account and you can assign beneficiaries up. So you can say, I want to give the child number one, $200 worth of shares, child number 2, 3, 4, 5, each $200 worth of shares. There's your $1,000 investment split up amongst your 5 children. That way you put them to the side and say, okay, I got them covered long term. So that's set up in the structure as well. Something we did in the structure as well, took a little fighting, but we got it through, is we have a minimum investment of $10. That's a small investment. When you do Reg CF offerings and things of that nature, the smallest investment I ever saw was like $50. I think I saw that once. But generally it's $100, $200, $500, $1,000, because nobody wants little bit pieces of money when you're raising $5 million. But we decided to go that low because we're socially conscious, and we said there might be a grandmother out there, grandfather, grandparents raising grandchildren. We know I've seen that a lot in the communities that I came up in, and I know it still exists. And they might be on a fixed income, don't have a lot of money, but want to secure something for that grandchild. So they can, on a fixed income, go in and invest $10 a month, which might not hurt them too bad, and maybe do that for 10 months to a year, get $100, $120 in there, and set that aside for the child, for the grandchild, where that rides. So by the time they're 18, they can pass that on to the grandchild as a gift. So that's why we did that, and we fought for that, because they didn't want to let us do that, because a $10 investment, your fees were $15. So who's going to pay $10, invest $10, and have to pay $15 in fees to invest $10? So it was like, that's not going to work. I'm a social guy, and I wanted to, make sure that, and the team wanted to make sure Miss Jones and, could invest and get the grandchildren. And they was like, well, and we went back and forth, and they finally conceded, and they reduced the fees for us down. So where the fee would only be $5 versus $15. So now you invest 10 and you get a $5 fee, which is technically 15. So we said, well, that's still taking advantage of Miss Jones to some degree, because she's investing $10. $15 is only getting $10. So what we did is we doubled the investment. So we said if she invested 10, we're going to give her $20 worth of shares. So we're going to double it up. So when she pays 15, she actually has additional 5 shares in there. So she actually benefits from the transaction, an additional 5 shares versus breaking out even or being operating at a deficit when she has to invest $10 to get 10 shares and then $15 as a transaction fee. So that's $25 for 10 shares. That's not in my world the way we want to approach that population who is raising grandchildren. So we fought for that. We got that done. So nobody can say they can't invest in I Have a Dream Home. So when I Have a Dream Home hits off and becomes the next Facebook and becomes the next Google or Amazon, because it's a big old marketplace. It's 13 million mortgage-ready home buyers. That's a $18.5 trillion marketplace. So when we start chipping away at this marketplace and you see the I Have a Dream Home starting to take off, there's nobody should have an excuse to say, I wish I could have invested. I didn't have enough money. There's no excuse. We took all excuses off the table. If you don't have $10, then I feel for you, because nobody should be in America not having $10. And I know they do, but that was about as far as I could get it down to make it make sense. But those who do have it, no excuse for you. Matter of fact, you should be investing $1,000. You should take advantage of the $1,000 raise, because that just means 5,000 folks at $1,000. That gets us to our raise cap, and that's a nice investment. And some folks have it, some folks don't. So do 500, do 250, do 100, do whatever you can, but invest, get in while you can. And I'm going to say this: it's not really why you can, because even when we do this first vehicle of 5 million and we get those folks off and running into the generational wealth building mode, we're going to repeat the process for another set of 5,000 people as well. And then when we get those folks into the process, we're going to do it again and again and again. Remember, that 5 million and that raise and the 5 million and the 2 million back a year, that's only doing 1,000 homeowners at $300 million, putting out into the mortgage pool. Well, 1,000 homeowners out of 13 million. How many times does 1,000 go into 13 million? Well, that's how many times you could repeat the process with another set of 5,000 folks. But the model is to get the first 5,000 up and running, and then the rest of the folks will see it, and then they'll come. And even if you invested in that pool 1,000, and the next pool goes up, you have the right to come over and invest again in the second pool, in the third pool. Nobody can restrict you. We're prohibited from restricting folks. We can deny certain investments and so on and so forth if it exceeds a cap. But the folks I'm talking to will never reach that cap. We want community folks. The folks who have the cap, we might allow them to get one pool and set them to the side and then start the second pool and keep that going with the community folks, because that's where our heart lies. From a business sense, if somebody came with $5 million, of course you want to take it. You want to get the process up, because that's going to inspire the next set of 5,000 folks to say, now you see what's happening. Now we created another pool for $5 million, and we want those 5,000, $1,000 investors. We want you to take advantage of that. We want all the sororities and fraternities and churches in the United States, the Black fraternities, sororities, and churches, to get the message out and say, look, you got to invest in this. You got to put up $250, $500, $1,000. Miss Jones, you got to put up $10, for your grandchildren every month. If you don't have it, the church should put it up for you, especially if you go to church every Sunday and you're a good steward. So, in other words, we want to reach out to the community. We want the community to reach out to the community to get the vehicle up and running and going so we can go down the road with this investment opportunity that took quite some time to build, took a lot of building of relationships. The folks that we partnered with that we mentioned, Enterprise Bank and Trust, multi-billion-dollar bank out of Missouri. You don't know how hard that was to get these folks to be our escrow company. We got denied. Escrow company told us, like, we don't want the escrow and hold this money for they wrote excuses, and I had to challenge them legally to say, and not Enterprise Bank and Trust, but this was another company, because they just said, because we said so. And I've said, that's not good enough. If you're escrowing for this company, you need to escrow for us. And you're telling me that this is the reason you won't escrow for us. I need you to put it in writing. They refused to put it in writing because that wasn't the reason they weren't escrowing with us. But you have other folks that you're escrowing with. So, we didn't rest until we got the answers we needed. When we got the answers we needed, Enterprise Bank and Trust came along, and they were the perfect partner. And we told them folks, we don't want you anyway. And it's like, yeah, so I can't wait to see those folks again and down the road when I'm doing a workshop and I call them out in the public with the lights on. But anyway, I don't know what the excuse was, but they had a good one to themselves. But anyway, we got through that. Enterprise Bank and Trust came along and their beautiful partnership and filled the void perfectly. So again, if you need to talk to me personally to understand a little bit more in detail, go to our website, www.ihaveadreamhome.gold, book a one-on-one call, and there's no excuse, no reason for you not to be an investor in I Have a Dream Home. And I just end right there, since I see my brother Timothy Young back into the picture.
Well, Reverend, I tell you what, that is some valuable information, and we just thank you for sharing that and knowing that your services are out there and what you're doing to provide homes for folks and mortgages. And so I think that's been a wonderful thing. So we do thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Genius is common. We'll see you on the flip side.
See you on the flip side. Yes, sir.
All right. Now the Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App that's on the screen below. It says $BBXUSA. Now, our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. This time, we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2023. They include NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melanie Shanae Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Forces Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.